Good evening, everybody. Looks like we've got quite a big crowd tonight. And look, yes, I'm drinking. So for anyone that's not on our Discord, just to keep you in the loop, I've been in hospital for the past couple of days because I had a kidney stone. And kind of self-inflicted, and Claire's been telling me for, well, years, I guess, you really should be drinking more. And yeah, I think it's finally caught up with me, so I am now drinking more. But I'm happy to say I'm no longer in pain, so that's a good thing. You'll have to remind me though, because guaranteed 4 hours will go by and I won't drink. No, it's Lucozade. Do you have that in the US? Don't know whether that's just a UK thing or not. Yeah, it was 4mm apparently, which is quite big when I looked on a ruler. Yeah, actually, looking at it, it does kind of look Starfleet-y, doesn't it? It's got the Delta. Yeah, it's funny you should say that, Delta. I was joking with Claire because there was a list of like the most painful things that could ever happen to you, and kidney stones was right at the top, and then it's like gunshot wounds, like having a limb ripped off. But yeah, it was quite painful. Yeah, to be perfectly honest, when I was in my 20s, I had a double earache, like a double ear infection, and like the pain was so bad that I just couldn't think straight, couldn't put my head anywhere, and you know, in my opinion, that was worse than having a kidney stone. Yeah, double earache, not a good thing. I don't know, Cobalt. I've never had Gatorade before. Oh, ouch, Erix. I hope you're getting better. Well, funnily enough, Delta, I do actually have a jar of pickles on my desk. And not for Orville reasons, just because, why not? I tried jumping over a car once, when I was like 4, 5 years old. That didn't work, I landed on the bonnet. Probably says a lot about me, to be honest. So, as you can imagine, being stuck in hospital, I didn't really get much done. Although, actually, I think Claire took a screenshot of me working in the waiting room. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. Screenshot, photograph. That's what we call screenshots in the real world, isn't it? They're called photographs. There you go. There's me in hospital working on StarSim. As you do. Although that laptop really, really sucks for battery life. You get literally about 40 minutes out of it. And what I actually worked on was the random name generating system, which does actually work now. Well, it did work. I'm assuming it still works. Let me just have a quick check. So if we clear the output log, and then we find the Galaxy Gen on here, if I mash that button there a bunch of times, then in our output log, we have a bunch of names. So these are essentially vowel and consonant pairs that are put together by the random system. So it'll either start with a vowel or a consonant, and then flip the vowel consonant pair around depending on which one it starts with. And then if it ends with a vowel, it will either add a consonant or not randomly, just so that it doesn't get too predictable. So this isn't too bad as a starting point. And then what we'll do is we'll add themed versions of this. So I've been doing a lot of reading about like hard consonant, soft consonants, like forward vowels and backward vowels, and all the different versions of syllables that exist in human language. And we'll start building up tables of different sounding letter combinations depending on species. So for like reptilians, you'll have lots of like zzz and lots of hissing sounds and just general sort of reptilian style language. And then for insects, you'll have lots of like t and k, and like lots of clicks and t's and things. And then we'll have like an elven sounding one for maybe a more advanced race. But we can generate all these different sounding words and keep them consistent across that race. So rather than just having literal randomness, what we have here, we'll actually have a proper theme with it, which would be much better. Yeah, can't let a silly thing like kidney stones, stop me from working. Although everyone in the waiting room in the hospital were looking at me like I was weird. Okay, another empty bottle. That can go in my recycling bag. And I have this one for the rest of the stream. Maybe Colwell, yeah. I think for the handcrafted races, definitely. Yeah, I picked up a bunch of different flavours, Scotty. So I've got, what's this one? So this one's raspberry. The one I just had was orange. And I think I've got some blue ones in the fridge. Very true, Delta. Very true. Okay, so now that we know that works, let's finish off actually implementing it. Where are we? Oh yeah, the other thing I did is I improved the list of physiologies for alien creatures. Well, not alien creatures, alien civilizations. Are we that one? So I was looking at all the different types of physical structure that a civilization could have. Obviously, it goes off in wonderful, weird tangents if you dig deep enough. But I think these are the basic ones. So I've tried to put some descriptions in, but generally speaking, most things are going to be mammalian. So that includes just general humanoids, like maybe like a cat-like species, a canine species. They're all basically mammalian life. So if it's warm-blooded, soft-skinned, with or without hair, maybe a tail, it's all just mammalian life. The reptilian life will be cold-blooded, scaly, with or without like spiky bits and scales, again maybe with a tail. Insectoid, they're going to have exoskeletons and segmented bodies, again cold-blooded. The aquatic ones will probably be quite wide-ranging, so that's everything from a fish-like species to something like an octopus. Avian, feathered, warm-blooded, maybe with wings, maybe not. Amorphous is going to be blobs, so anything which is varied of shape will be an amorphous creature. Silicon-based. Silicon-based is kind of a stereotypical thing where the natural assumption is that there'll be rock creatures, although not necessarily, because there's no reason why a silicon-based life form wouldn't be soft-skinned like a carbon-based life form. So we'll play with that one. The xenomorphs from Aliens are supposedly silicon-based life forms. Crystalline will just be like crystal structures that have sentience. Energy-based, again just an energy being of some kind. And then cybernetic, which will be pretty much everything from full-on robots to something like the Borg. And I think that pretty much sums up anything that we could think of. If anything's missing from the list, we'll add it. But I think, because I did start going down the road of having like feline, canine, and what was the other one? Like rats, that sort of thing. But I think it's better just to group all of those under mammalian. We could maybe add zoomorphic for like an anthropomorphic thing, but I think just grouping them under mammalian is probably more scientifically correct. Swedish Borg. Yeah, when it comes to cities and towns and things, the way I'm picturing it working is we'll approach it the same way that Minecraft does it. So when we do procedural terrain for surfaces, we will procedurally put villages there in the same way that we'll put forests or rocks. We'll do spawned houses and then we'll spawn villagers for those houses. So on a small scale, that should be quite practical to do, because you're literally just spawning small villages. There's not a lot of infrastructure there or vehicles or anything like that to worry about. Once you get into the things like towns, where you've got proper roads and maybe a transport system, that's like a whole other level of difficult. So I'm guessing probably not. So we'll probably, or rather we will, have some form of cutoff for at what point you can land on a planetary surface. So if it's a highly developed world, like say Earth, for example, then we'll have to have designated landing areas that are isolated and built, specifically for the purpose of landing. We can't generate an entire planet's surface that's full of cities and cars and planes and the kind of things you'd have on Earth, because that's just too much work. So yeah, probably we'll put the cutoff at villages, but we'll know more when we actually come to building that. Yeah, when it comes to just general plant life and bacteria, those they're basically natural life forms rather than the civilization. So this list is for FTL capable civilizations. So this is highly developed civilizations. When it comes to just generalized life on a planetary surface, we'll have a much more granular list of all the different life that there could possibly be. And that will be separate to this. Yeah, true. Yeah, something like an ent. I mean, that's not beyond reason, I suppose. Yes, Crazy Frank. The plan is to have fully embodied aliens at some point. You know, once we've got the character system built up in such a way that we can start essentially kit bashing alien creatures, then yeah, we can have many wonderful and weird mixes. It's not so much the cutscene that's needed, Cobalt. It's the fact that the plan for planetary surfaces is they're going to be like full-scale surfaces that you can walk from one side to the other on without any loading screens. Now, in order to do something of that scale, you need to be able to procedurally generate the terrain as you go. But when it comes to things like entire cities, there's so much involved in the infrastructure that makes up a city. If you think about what a city comprises of, you've just got multiple layers of complexity, very different from just scattering a few village huts and a bit of dirt road between them. You know, it is whole exponential layers of difficulty above that. So for complex surface environments like cities, we'll probably do that with limited landing zones. And again, there will have to be a cutscene for the approach to the planet, and then probably a Starfield style landing sequence which the player doesn't have control over. Whereas on non-developed planets, you'll have full control over the shuttle and you can fly around looking for somewhere to land. Yeah, the difficulty of the galaxy is going to be completely random. So there will be places in the galaxy which, due to the nature of randomness, all the civilizations there are generally low-tech and quite friendly. And there will be other parts of the galaxy which are a lot more dangerous, where you've got high-tech, aggressive species. And it will happen naturally like that, just because of the nature of the randomness involved. So you can adjust your difficulty by choosing not to go to the areas where nasty things are being generated. Well, funny you should mention that, Cobalt, because that's what this is about. Obviously we can tweak this as needed, but the idea is to distribute the random weighting basically in order. So from top to bottom, the life should get rarer and rarer as you go. And in fact, that one's in the wrong place. So let's move that one. Yeah, so we'll probably go mammalian as the most common form of life, followed by reptilian, insectoid, and cybernetic. I imagine amorphous can probably be less common than silicon based. But you'll have a curve distribution to the randomness for these. So obviously mammalian's going to be the most common. So what we're going to, or how we're going to do this, is we basically work out how many entries there are in the enum, and that gives us our maximum range. And then what we do is we pick a random time from the curve. So that's basically, we pick a random number between 0 and 1. And then we look at the value of that. So in this particular instance, it's 0.1, 0.27-ish, around there. And then what we do is we round it to 1, which means that would be on our mapped range. That would probably be, where are we there? So that's probably going to be around sort of insectoid-ish, I would have thought. But what we do is we just, we pick a random point on the curve and then take the curve value and then convert that to our enum. And that gives us our physiology for the race. Yeah, Nassi, I do agree, and I've been kind of labouring over this one, because if we're thinking about it realistically, I think, in terms of life that's out there exploring the galaxy, I think AI-based life is probably going to be the most common, simply for the fact that it won't die. It lives forever. It can just drift the galaxy for millennia if it needs to. So, over the course of time, there are just going to be more and more and more cybernetic life forms out there just drifting through the dark. So it does need to be high on the list, but at the same time, I don't want every planet you come across to be cybernetic. So I think that's probably a decent balance there. But we'll play test this, and if we find that the distribution is wrong, then we can change the values, and we can also, we can weight the curve differently if we need to as well. Give me a thingy. Yeah. So if we need to, we can change the distributions and sort them out. Why isn't that going flat? But yeah, you get the idea. So we can mess about with the curve if we need to. What's it moaning about now? Has it messed up that struct again? Oh, it has. So twice today I've had Unreal Engine crash on me. Yeah, and it's because for some reason it keeps trying to autosave one of the structs. Where are we? I can find the right one. Actually, it's that one, isn't it? sensors. I think the autosave keeps corrupting the struct, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, that's true. You can have artificial life forms going ahead of the actual creators. Okay, that was weird. Just want to make sure this is properly fixed a minute before I do anything else. Otherwise, we'll end up with a bunch of corrupted blueprints that we don't want. I think we're good. We have names. So, got a mammalian democracy, the Yusufi, don't know how you would pronounce that. Okay, so that's all linked to the same people, which is nice. And these ones don't have the name system hooked up yet, so let's do that. So I'll do a same weighted curve on the tech levels as well. to make it so that the tech levels more close to 20 are more common. So we need to grab that. Just to be awkward, that's going to need slotting in there. Actually, let's change that one up as well. So if we generate our basic civ data there without a name, get rid of that. That's our physiology. To sort out the name. So the reason we're setting this first is because we need to do this random stuff here to pick out the type of physiology. So we can then break that out, and then based on the physiology we can pick the style of language that we're using for that race. And we generate our random name. Which goes in there. And that civ data can be replaced by that one. And we shall call this, actually we'll break it out from here, just to make sure we're getting the same name. Should sort out the single ones, and then we also need the single civilization too. So that one. Okay, that should be those done. So we've already set the name and everything here. So we we use that name. Okay, so that's the home world named. Oops. Maybe just call that an occupied system for now. Actually, we need to do the same here as well. Home world. And that's an occupied system. Right, so we should actually see the name on the sensors now. When you say dual faction, do you mean within a single civilization? Because if so, yes, at some point, that is the plan. Okay, so that's definitely doing a thing. So one of the things we need to do with the naming system is things like this. So, well, I guess in that one to some extent, we have situations where like an E, a Q, and I, and an M together. That is a difficult series of syllables to pronounce. So the system needs to take that into account and make sure that we don't put difficult letters together, so we don't end up with really terribly pronounced words like this one. It's not too bad. Ufazayago. So if we go and teleport our way over here. Do we have? Okay, so there's their home world. There's their occupied systems. Okay. Okay, all seems to be working. Yeah, definitely errors. If it's doing a thing, you know, it's working in some way. Okay, so yeah, if we have, yeah, definitely in the future we want to get to the point where we have a single planet with two different factions, and they're at loggerheads over something, and then you know the player gets involved in either one or both sides, maybe plays both sides off of one another or just helps one side win. We definitely want that kind of political dynamic where the player can get involved in a planet and the political outcome of that planet. So yes, you do need support for multiple factions within a single world, but that's probably like version 2 as we move forward. Yes, Anasi, which is probably what I'll work on tonight. So right now, I'm sticking the names on there so that we can test it easily, and I'll probably leave them on there for the next build as well, just to get an idea of the frequency that these races are appearing, because I have a feeling that right now they're probably a little bit too sparse. But we shall investigate and see. The way I'm envisioning it working is you'll sit there stationary in space. You will scan a selection of stars around your current location, and you'll look for tech signatures. So if you see a planet and you've done a long range scan, and that planet on the long range scan will have a little tech signature symbol on it, and you know that, okay, so technology is definitely making a noise in that location. Let's go and have a look at who they are. So you won't know anything about them, only that there is a tech signature. We can potentially put a tech level on that signature as well. So like, yeah, tech level 50 is being detected in this location, and then you know like whether or not to risk going there, because if it's a really strong tech signature and you've only just started the game, you know that your ship is in no way able to match what they might be like. So they could be extremely hostile for all you know. So you've got that kind of risk thing. Like, do you risk it and go and meet them, or do you not, in case they're hostile? So we want that kind of dynamic. Yeah, that's an idea. We could have a dev button to reveal the life data. So yeah, so the workflow essentially is scan star systems around you, look for interesting data that might be worth investigating. So you could have a habitable world, or rather you could have a planet, a rocky planet in the habitable zone, no tech signatures, still worth investigating, because it could be inhabited by a non-FTL society. So it's worth going to investigate. If it does have a tech signature, then you know that there's definitely something there that was worth investigating. It might not necessarily be a full civilization. It just could be an abandoned outpost of some kind. But that signature will be there on the long range scan. So that's the sort of the breadcrumb trail to lead the player to that location. Once you get there, you'll need to conduct a short range scan of the planet in question to get the real meat of the information as to what actually is there. Greetings, Firstus. Good to have you on stream. I wondered where you disappeared off to. Right, so we know it's working. It's generating names. We're generating occupied systems, so that's all good. So I suppose the next thing to do is to add text signatures to the long range scan. Okay. I think I will fire up the test map for this one, as I can see it's ducking in and out of game quite a lot. Where are we? That one. So long range, that one. No, not that one. That one. That one. That's the one we want. And we need that widget class there. So I think one of the things that will be good to do is to have a series of icons that we can just append to these displays and the listings. So maybe like a little stick figure in a circle to indicate like a text signature. But for now, I think what I'll do is if I just use a border box with some text in it, that should do us. Maybe something like that. Where are we? That one. Rounded box. Give it border. I'm just riffing with this, so bear with me. probably going to be a bit small. Thank you, Firstus. Yes, late fees accepted. I think I'd rather put that information somewhere else, Ian. Although one of the things that I'm planning to add is the ability for the player to add notes. So we could maybe have a note icon, so that if you want to write something down about this location, like whether there's a good ore there, or whether or not the civilization is particularly aggressive, you can leave yourself reminders and click on them, and have a little pop-up with some notes on it or something. Oh yeah, it's going to do that, isn't it? So that's no good. If I make this into a horizontal box, then it will actually move that back and forth depending on the length of the text, which could be good. Just give this a quick try a minute, just see what it looks like. Right, so we need to make sure that it starts off hidden. Stick it on there. Okay, so it's not showing up on here. Of course, this is going to show it on all of them. Let's just
initiating long-range survey.
Do it just to test it. Yeah, I do need to fix that though.
Long-range survey complete.
Thank you, Bristolian Ava. Right, okay, so it's not showing up. Why is it not showing up? That's definitely all doing its thing, so perhaps it's because I've got it set to hidden, although that shouldn't make a difference. Thank you, Fishbone. We've been working hard on this UI. Right, okay, so it's not picking up the fact that that is an inherited system. Interesting. Why not, I wonder? Try that instead. Well, actually, let's just force it visible first. See if it's doing anything weird. Right, so it's definitely showing that on there, which is potentially a bit small and a bit too much red. it's a bit better. Right, okay, so let's see whether this works. So that Boolean should be reporting true. Interesting. So it definitely is reporting true, because otherwise that wouldn't be green.
Initiating long-range survey. Long-range survey complete.
Okay. Really weird. I mean, that has to be true. Otherwise, how is it making it green if it's not true? Well, no, that's weird. Now, why is it doing that multiple times? Yep. So when that element scrolls off screen, it fires the released function. And let's just verify that. So, right, so that's released. So that's when it scrolls onto the screen. So it sets there. And then that fires that. Oh, okay, then we force an update there. Okay, that's just forcing an update on that, so that's not a problem. Yep, nothing weird there. That's just where we're checking for short range scans. Okay, so we're not passing anything back to force it to refresh in any way. Yeah, I think what we'll do, Ian, is we'll have a symbol instead. So we'll have icons for each thing, and then maybe have a little bit of pop-up text over each icon. Let's find something with, oh, that'll do, one planet. So it's adding it and releasing it multiple times. Now there should be 2 on there anyway, because there's 2 list items, but shouldn't be doing it like that. Let's make them last a bit longer. What? You know, you might be onto something there, CSI, because yes, it does actually capture the scroll and re-scrolls it, so maybe. But that is just changing the scroll location. Although only on this one. I didn't add it to these ones yet, so it doesn't do it on here. Let me see if I can slow that behavior down a little bit. So let's change the color of these a minute. So we add it, wait a second, and then we'll continue. Okay, and then where are we? And then we'll wait a second again. Just to see what order this all happens in. Okay, so that is the order it should have gone in. So we add it, then we continue, and then we get that. So why is it coming up 4 times? That is weird. So we release. That was interesting. So releasing it is normal because when we view the detail, it clears what's already there and then draws a new one. So releasing first is expected. So we're adding 2 and continuing 2, but then we're doing the other thing 4 times. So why is this happening 4 times? That is the question. Is it on a loop, I wonder? No, it is not. So this should only fire twice, 1 for each of those 2 listings. Can the distance hashed line be scaled down to always fit in the hollow field, with the measurement always in the center till the ship is within the hollow field? Oh, I see what you mean. Yes. Because we're firing it in that direction. Because we're setting a start and an end point of a spline. And then we're just dragging a spline mesh along that spline. And then the material itself handles the gaps in the dashes to make sure that it's the same distance all the way across. But what we can do is we can we'd have to know how far the line is. Oh, actually no, because the ship's always in the middle, isn't it? So yes, probably. I think I know how I'd do that. I'll have a look in a minute and we'll have a see whether it's possible. Yes, because what we can do, like with here, we can basically, rather than setting the endpoint of the spline specifically on the target, we can get the direction, the facing direction for the target, and then draw the spline with a cap. So either it'll be the full length, but capped at the distance of the holo display. So the spline would end there, which would put the distance there along the spline. Yeah, doable. Obviously, I'm thinking, because in this particular instance, obviously the ship is outside of this area, and this is showing you where the ship is, relative to this system. So you're looking at the other end of the spline. So in this instance, it needs to be the full length. I'll have a think on that, because there are complications that are going to mess it up. Yeah, we might have to do it that way and have the text itself as the thing that's placed manually. Yeah, depending on which way we're doing it from. That's all right. I enjoy a challenge. So the released one we can ignore then. So that's definitely just removing what was there before. Because if we look at this one, we're only releasing 2, which is the bronze we were just on. And if we then go back to this one, you can see that we've released the whole bunch we were just looking at. So we can ignore that. We are only checking exploration state once, which is what is expected. But we are getting 4 hits on the Boolean. 4 hits. Why are we getting 4 hits when that's only firing once? Okay, so we can ignore that. That doesn't matter. Neither does that. So at what point does it go weird? Oh, hang on. Oh. I've just realized what I've done. So of course I've placed that in this macro. And this macro is being called multiple times, and also in this loop as well. So ultimately, that's my fault. The penny droppeth. So what I actually wanted to do, we get rid of all that unnecessary stuff, is this. Yeah, not a multicast, just me being an idiot. go. Yeah, so it's not showing it on these because they haven't been scanned. These have been scanned, so it's showing it. So that works. Now we need to do an additional check with this, of course, and that's whether or not it actually does have life. And we won't know that without having checked the actual system data. So do you have it? Because this is going to be, what is this? No, we don't want that one. We need something we don't have, which is the actual galaxy data. Right, so rather than crowbarring that in, because that's not actually the long-term goal with it, the large system object, which really I should have called celestial object just to avoid further confusion. This struct should have whether or not there are text signatures on that world specifically. So we need to basically add to that struct. Right, so this is where we break everything. Let's add that on there a minute. Where are we? Galaxy systems. So large system object, that one. Right, so we may as well add the full civ data on here. I'll stick that above the actor stuff. Right, so as always with Unreal Engine, we'll save the struct, and you'll notice that all of these have a star next to them, which means they've suddenly detected that they've had a change. If we save them, they will break. So we close the engine so that none of this gets corrupted, because every single one of these will be corrupted if we save them. So we don't save, and we relaunch the engine. Please God, Epic, fix that bug. It's really annoying. Right, there we go. So now we've got our struct updated, which means we can close it, and none of that got corrupted. So hurrah. So what we need to do now, we need to make sure we pass that data to the actual planet itself. So may as well do these ones manually. So so when we generate our data, where is it? No, not that one. Yeah, these ones. So make our sieve data here. So human on this one, tech level 20. Don't know why it keeps defaulting to a weird value there. I'll check that enum. Oh, it must be on the struct. So mammalian, democracy, monotheistic. I think humans are mostly monotheistic. Temperament 50, xenophobia 50. Just put it halfway down. That should be that. And if we do the same. Will be the moon when we do that, so we'll do the same on Mars. Oh, it's done it with all of them. No, that's fine. Okay, and then on procedural system, when we actually generate all of our data here, we need to populate that first, don't we? So are we storing these locally? Yeah. CSI, yeah, you can disable autosave, which I probably will do, to be honest, because it's a right pain. Although the autosave doesn't actually autosave in the traditional sense. What it does is it saves a copy elsewhere. So it saves like a backup of that file in a separate folder. It doesn't actually save the original that you're currently working on. So in that sense, it's fine. But the struct thing is like a references problem. So when you update the struct and then you save that struct becomes invalid for all the blueprints that reference it. So all of a sudden, I don't know what it is. Maybe there could be an ID associated with that struct that changes every time it's edited, but that struct is not valid for any of those blueprints. And if you save them, then that invalid reference persists. However, if you close the engine and reopen it, then the reference is cleared and everything's fine. So I don't know what's causing the bug, but that's how to get around it. This is all local, Paul. Indeed, bad engine, bad. Yes, Anasi, tech signatures of space stations will show up because they will be associated with the body that they're orbiting. Although, when it comes to a short-range scan, there'll be separate objects within the system. But for the purposes of a long-range scan, any orbiting stations will be associated with that planet, because you don't see moons or anything on the long-range scan. So just so we're following along what's going on here, when we generate the galaxy data for the galaxy sectors, that's when we generate the civilization data. So that's just the basics of that civilization. We then pass that to the system generator that generates all the planets and things, and that's where we can start applying more specific things using that civ data as the foundation. So at least we've got the name, the tech level, the type of civilization they are, and then we can then start rolling that into the generation of that star system proper. But for now, all we need to do is just pop that on there like that. So now every planet in this system will have the same civ data. When we actually generate this properly, which we will have to do very soon, where we're generating procedural systems, we'll have to do a copy of this and generate inhabited systems, because we need to basically generate them differently. I mean, we could potentially roll that code into here, so we're not having to do all this twice. But when we do this specifically, right now what we're doing is we're taking hang on, where are we? Roche limit. So we're working out the Roche limit of the star and using the luminosity of the star to essentially simulate solar wind. And then we're adding an arbitrary value to that. And that gives us our kilometer value for where the first body will be. And obviously we're randomizing that a little bit just to make it non-linear. And then we add additional planets based on this Blagg formulation, which is hotly debated as to its usefulness, but it certainly works for the Sol system and all of Jupiter's moons, interestingly. But this won't work. This won't guarantee that there'll be a habitable planet in the right place for what we know is already an inhabited system. So for inhabited systems, we need to do this differently. We need to place the inhabited planet first and then work backwards towards the star, using up mass as we go. And then in the opposite direction, away from the planet, away from the star rather, we use the rest of the mass in the mass pool to generate the remaining planets in the system. So we had kind of this ping pong thing either side of the inhabited zone, which we don't do normally. So there's going to have to be some subtle differences in how we handle those. Hey Jim, all good, thanks. But yeah, at least for this test version, we'll just apply the civ data to all of the planets in that system, rather than just the one that's inhabited. Which should now be done. So when we go back to here, and this particular variable, that data now includes the civ data because we just added it. So down here, when we do this bit, what do I do with it? Could have sworn that was there. Am I going mad? Did I not save it? I'm sure I saved it. Can't have saved it because it's gone, but I'm sure I saved it. So we set the visibility of that. But then we also need, where are we? What did I call it? Selected system location. Selected system location. So we need that. We need to break that. And then we need to get that, and we also need to break that. Right, so if that and so that is true, and that is not empty, is it? Yeah, so if that is true and that is not empty, then we are visible, otherwise we're hidden. So we're basically saying that if it's been scanned and there's a name there, then we know it's inhabited. I'll replace that by the ID, because we can also use the ID once we start specifying them. So if the ID is not 0, then it's inhabited, or has a tech signature. Ah, can't speak. Perhaps I need a drink. Not enough alcohol in that. Right, let's give that a whirl. Okay, so that's picking up false from somewhere. That shouldn't be showing anything, and neither should that because it's not scanned, but that one should. So, okay. Blah 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 blah. So that should be true. But let's give it a whirl and see what we're actually getting there. Yes, Anasi. So when we actually get around to generating the data a lot more specifically, then yes, only planets that actually have actual technology associated with them will show a tech signature. So for the Sol system, for example, Earth, Mars, the Moon, they're all going to show strong tech signatures, but planets like Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, for example, probably won't. So we'll work out just how much of Sol has been inhabited and where we have stations. But the outer planets definitely won't. We might have like probes and things around Saturn, but probably not actual established civilization, so they won't show a tech signature. The tech signatures that we are that we're highlighting here are massive tech signatures. So we're not talking like a drifting derelict spaceship, for example. We're talking, proper established civilization, lots and lots of noise that's coming out in the long range scan. Interesting. That's not outputting anything. Why are you not? It's definitely got an output pin. Whoa. I decided to lick electrical socket just for the fun of it. Oh, I see. It's coming up with a blank value. That's why it's not saying anything. It's funny though. I said to Claire earlier, I said, God, look at my hair. It's gone well spiky today. And Claire looked at me and she went, it's all right. So I thought, oh, fine. I'll believe you. Oh, that's good, Tim. I'm glad. I've often been told that my voice puts people to sleep. I wonder if we're not actually setting this somewhere. Am I getting ahead of myself? Oh, we're definitely setting it there. So we're definitely setting that there. Just going to do a quick test on this a minute, just to see what we're actually generating. Cannot type. Right, so that should be outputting all of that civilization's data. As soon as we go and try and look at that system. Now, if it's kicking out the defaults, that means that this is not being set somewhere. that's a good sign. So it's definitely getting the data there from the system we're in. Yeah. So that's showing defaults, that's showing the correct one, that's showing default, 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 default as it should be. And that one's showing the data we want. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so why is it getting rid of that when we select the star? Okay, that's interesting. So when we click the planets, oh, it's because this is a different object type, isn't it? Although not at the same time, because it actually does work, because it shows it there, so it's definitely reading the same actor, the same class rather. Okay. Okay, what's going on there then? Are we not adding... Right, so we're passing that backwards. Right, so that must not be set fully. Right, so I'm imagining then that yeah, the inhabited data is not being pushed over. So where are we? Long range. Details. It's this one, which means we need a sequencer events in this instance. That one. Something somewhere is not setting something. So the sector location details are what we're building here, because we're making that. Right, and all the satellite objects are this, which we are adding there, which do include that. So we're definitely adding them there, which means this struct here does have the data we need for each of these, and then each one of these does have the data we need there. So just out of interest, let's just verify that a minute. So for each one of these, if we do object, and then we grab our loop number, and then work out whatever the name is. So we want array index that, and then extract the name from the sieve data. Make these different color, pink, that'll do. Unhook that one for a moment. And where else was I spamming it? Ah, there. Let's get rid of that. We know that that's working, so that's not needed. Yeah, that's why I've got so many bottles. But no, to answer your question first, whether or not I still have a kidney stone, I don't know. I had a CT scan yesterday, and they said it was kind of at the top of my bladder, so it had left the kidney, and it was kind of loitering with intent. I have no idea whether I've passed it or not. I've had no pain, no weird feelings since yesterday, so it might be gone, it might not be gone, I don't know. Aha. Okay, so I know what's happening. I know what I missed. So when we generate the planets, obviously we're adding this sieve data to the planet, but of course we also generate a star. So we need to put the sieve data on the star itself as well. Now that doesn't explain why the sieve data is only showing up when you click on the planets, which is weird. But let's just give that a whirl a minute. That's better. Great, so those have all got long range scans. They're not showing a text signal. These ones are the long range scan, which means when we scan this one, it should come up with text signatures.
Initiating long range survey.
Let's see whether it does.
Long range survey complete.
Good, good. So it still doesn't explain why the star not having one makes a difference for the rest of them, which is weird. That's Ava as if she was me. So that's me voicing Ava, basically. Yeah, no, that's me. So something you can do on 11 Labs is you can speak the voice lines yourself, and then it will turn you speaking into whatever voice they have on their database. So I've used the Ava voice, but with me speaking the lines. So it basically comes up with a really strong Somerset accent or a Bristolian accent. Now, I didn't think my accent was that strong, but apparently it is. Like, me saying initiate long range survey is not as Bristolian as when she says it, which is weird. So it's some quirk of the AI algorithm. This might not work because it needs to use the mic. So if I do, where's the recordy option? Oh, that one. Spin up the FTL drive. Oh, no, I've got to press the button first. Spin up the FTL drive.
spin up the FT
Okay, that didn't work. Hang on. Spin up the FTL drive.
Spin up the FTL drive.
Oh, I turned that down. Hang on.
Spin up the FTL drive.
Why is that not working now? But anyway, that's what I did. Not sure why it's not working that time. It's probably because I've got that on and stream on and whatever else is going on. Yeah, well, the other one was done with typed text, but the issue with the typed text is that every time you generate the text, it changes the inflection, because it'll say spin up the FTL drive or spin up the FTL drive. It doesn't do it the same every single time, which means you have to generate it over and over and over before it actually says it with the inflection you're looking for. So by me recording my voice and making it use that inflection, it means it's a lot quicker. But for some reason that didn't work. Yeah, exactly, Xenovan. Yeah, to be honest, that is very Wheatley. Yeah, you're right, Claire. What was I doing? Oh, right, yeah, I was working out why this wouldn't work. Right, so we are setting the selected object. Hang on, I think I've just worked out what I did wrong. Right, no, we don't want that one, we want that one. So, of course, it's working off whatever we've got selected. We don't want that. We want the actual item itself. So, yeah, so in that regard, if we now remove that from the star, it means we should see text signatures for everything except the star, which is closer to what we want. That is true. Yeah, so there we go. So it doesn't matter which one you select now. Yeah, because we don't want text signatures around the star unless, you know, it's like a Dyson sphere or something. Okay, so that works. And should do for that one as well. Okay, so that's basically like 90% the way there. The next thing to do as part of this is obviously determine which one is the inhabited one and put the text signature, put the tech signal on that specific planet. For some reason that sentence is really hard to say. Right, which means then so yeah, we'll leave that disconnected for now. Yeah, so the Sol system, it's an awkward one. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to adjust that macro. So if we add sieve data on here, and plug that in there instead, and then hoik that out. Right, so Earth requires sieve data, and Mars requires sieve data. I'll stick it on the moon as well for when we actually add the moon. At least the data's set up for it. Yeah, so we just leave that on Earth and Mars for a minute. And just to make sure it works, if we hop across to Earth, we should be able to see that. Right then, so yeah, there we go. So only the Earth and Mars are now showing text signatures, which is great. Okay, so fine, that works for manual ones. Okay, so I need to fix the SI 9352 because that should be coming up as a custom system like Sol. Right, and the Sol data there needs populating as well, just for test purposes. But you can see at the side there it says human for 4 and 3, which is these two. Okay, good. Yeah, I'll have a lookish to see whether that works. Thing is, it's what 11 Labs did last time wasn't so much voice changing, it was more like using the inflection to generate the AI voice. It wasn't changing my voice like pitch for pitch, because her voice came out sounding far more Somerset than I do. At least I'd like to think that. I'm not that Somerset, am I? Although I do have a problem with the word carpet. And sofa. I like my carpet and I like my sofa. Me lovers. Begone, armory crate. No, begone. Oh, that needs a lot of unbreaking. I'll do that at a different time. Right then. So in an ideal world, we need to roll the pre-configured FTL civilizations into this rather than doing a duplicate of this, because otherwise we're just, doubling up on work. Yeah, this is all the rage in Somerset. It's like the Kim Jong cut in North Korea. If you live in Somerset, you've got to have your hair like this. It's one of the rules of living here. Right, have we already configured the what's it zones at this point? Hopefully we have. Oh yes, we did. Great. I'm just thinking on how to do this in such a way that we are working both backwards and forwards at the same time for the FTL ones, because there's a very linear progression from the innermost planet outwards when generating them. So we kind of need to do that differently. Alright, well, for now, if we just generate our first planet in the habitable zone, and then we'll work outwards from there. So we need temperate inner limit, temperate outer limit. And then we need a give random float in random float in range from the stream. We got our min and our max of those zones there. Right, so if we don't have a civilization, we use that. If we do have a civilization, we use that, which means that we place our first planet right in the middle of the habitable zone. So that's simple enough. Now then obviously from there we work outwards. I can use a boolean, I suppose, for this, and set a backwards flag so that it's going backwards from here, and then when it hits the star it goes back out again using this location as its starting point if we save that. So that would sort that out. But then the next challenge is, of course, placing a planet in the habitable zone doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be an Earth-like. It just means there's a planet there. It could be a gas giant. But let's just run with that for a minute and see what we get. it's mini Stollen bites. That seems to be what I'm into lately. Right, so this first planet should be in the habitable zone. Which it is. Well, that only bloody worked perfectly and all. Okay. Right, okay. Oh, that's good. Right, then what we can do actually is we'll use this again. You know what, I'm going to put a boolean on here so I don't have to keep checking to see whether there's text, because that's just weird. Yeah, but for now, we'll do it like this. So when we... Yeah, when we do the core mass accretion, we need to make sure we pick a body mass which is suitable for an Earth-like. So I think 5.972 times 10 to the power 24, I believe that's Earth's mass in kilograms. Hang on, let me check my spreadsheet. So I've got a spreadsheet I made which it just has loads and loads and loads and loads of scribbling all over it for me making notes about stuff. Right, yeah, so there we go. So 5.97 times 10 to the power 24 gives you 1 Earth mass. So Venus is 0.8, Mars is 0.1. So maybe if we go 0.1 to maybe 1.5. See you, Jim. You can't help but learn it when you code it every day. Yeah, so if we don't have any text in there, then we want to do our usual random shenanigans. If we do have a civilization here, then we want to limit this range. So I'll just do a random floating range, and that would be from 0.1 to 1.5 Earth mass. So that should give us an approximate Earth-sized planet. So from Mars to Earth and a bit more. Mars is weirdly small. Right, okay. those are just the usual calculations. Iron saturation, yep. Escape velocity is worked out from the mass and all that. Okay. Make sure we got the right type being selected here. Right, so what we're doing here is we're essentially seeing whether or not like hydrogen can escape the planet. If it can't, then it's a gas giant. If it can, then it can be a terrestrial world. So basically, we're working out whether or not we're triggering runaway gas accretion or not. So given the size of the planet that we have forced, we should be able to successfully get a terrestrial planet every time. Yeah, we should be all right here because it's well within that range. So we'll definitely get an atmosphere. Okay, and then with our final planet type, looking for a very specific region, of course, for temperatures and gravity for an Earth-like. Let's just see, actually. I mean, I can force it to be an Earth-like there, but let's just see. Oh, actually, I've just noticed a mistake. So of course, when we are generating the planet data, we don't just want this. We also want to make sure that it's in the habitable zone. Otherwise, every planet's going to be that, which we don't want. Lost it. Here it is. So we want that. So if, yeah, we need an in range on that one. So if we should have set that variable already. Yeah, so that's where we're setting that variable. So if that is within range of them, and that is not empty, right, then we make it Earth-sized. all the other planets also being that size, which would be silly. To be perfectly honest with you, Reticulum, is that how you pronounce it? I wouldn't call myself fully versed on blueprints. Like, I learned something yesterday, which I will show you in a sec. I learn every day, so I'm always learning something new. But I've been doing it for about 6 years, on and off. So that's how long it took me to get to where I am now.
Initiating long-range survey. Long-range survey complete.
Okay, so it's definitely an atmospheric planet, but is it an Earth-like? Let's find out. Definitely looks like one. No, it's not. Typical. It is an atmospheric terrestrial planet. And I imagine that's probably one of these values. I mean, it's very close to Earth. I need to populate the temperature stuff on here. It could very well be the temperature that's off. Okay. But if something that close isn't flagging properly, then I will force it for now. Right, so we'll grab that again. So, final planet type. Let's drag them out of the way a minute. Okay, so blah 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 blah. If that's false, then we'll do what we were doing before. Otherwise, it's an Earth-like. Okay, and then so the planet name, we can derive that and add it to the civ data. So it's not on there yet, but we can add that very easily. Yeah, we will do that. That's easy. And the description, we will. So right now it's just doing very basic descriptions. We will use the civ data to build the description. And obviously we need a scanned and a non-scanned version of that too. Where are we sorting that out from? So that should interestingly be set from the gas giants. I think someone mentioned recently actually that none of the planets have rings at the moment. This might be why. I think we might have skipped the ring generation in this bit of the code. Nothing there on the rings. Nothing there on the rings. Yeah, I think it's skipping the ring calculation. So, right, for now, I'm going to random bool that. But we need a weighted random on this. So obviously gas giants commonly have rings, and then terrestrial planets less so. And we'll do that on a smooth graph, a smooth curve of weighted randoms. Right, that's just a temporary solution. So 50% of everything will have rings for now. Right, so the sieve data here yeah. So if that is true, we give it the sieve data. If it's false, we do not, which means that the text signature should only show up on the homeworld again for now. Just give that a quick test. And no, my first Trek project was actually the refit, Enterprise refit from the Wrath of Khan. And it was doing that caught the attention of the guys doing the Enterprise D, and that's how I got in touch with them and joined them. So my introduction to Stage 9 was on the back of me working on the refit. Great, there we go. So the text signal is now only showing up on the actual Earth analog, which we should be parked in front of right now. That one right there. So that is the homeworld of whoever they are. Who are they? Out there. Nalazex. So that's where the Nalazex live. And it is a cybernetic democracy. Tech level 49, which is quite high. And they're also quite aggressive and very xenophobic, so I should probably leave. What else do we have out there? Okay, so let's give this one a test then. So I've not scanned it yet, so when I do a long-range survey, because it's only generating from the habitable zone outward right now. That one should show a text signature.
Initiating long-range survey. Long-range survey complete.
And there we go. So yeah, that's working now. So to finish this off, we need to handle the generating backwards towards the star to fill in the planets that we've had to skip to place that one. Let's make sure that those values are decent. So it's a very, very small planet. The age, yeah, we need to sort the age out as well, actually. So the age needs to be driven from the tech level. No, that wasn't Claire's voice, that was 11 Labs. Yes, Eric, I was co-project lead on the Orville for a couple of years. In fact, I worked with the Stage 9 guys to actually get the Orville off the ground, because once we got the C&D over Stage 9, I approached the Orville with Claire, and it was actually Claire that handled all the negotiations with Tom Costantino, one of the showrunners, and we had a really good chat with them, and they liked what we did with Stage 9, and we're happy to go ahead and do that for the Orville as well. So yeah, those were exciting times. Updated ship tour when? When there's more of it, I guess. I'll have to get Claire to do some test reads for various things. I need to redo the scanning and navigation tutorial, so perhaps we can get Claire to do it. Although if Claire does it, it will still sound quite Bristolian. Bristolian with a sexy twang. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff on ASCII. Most of it we're not going to have time for, but we'll see. We'll see what we can get done. If you look at my YouTube channel, you can see what I did for Star Trek with the Enterprise refit. I think I might have a screenshot or two knocking about. Hang on. Yeah, I don't have a full interior shot, but that's the bridge model I did. I haven't got the front-facing version, but that's basically the back of the bridge. So I modelled all of this and all of that and all of that. So basically everything you see here, I modelled. The graphics I took off of screen, so they're just screen captures. And they're static, they're not moving. But my idea with the refit was to do the full interior, as I am with StarSim, and also all the full tech simulation as well. So I wanted to simulate all of the fiber optics, simulate the way that the dilithium crystal worked, and all the electroplasma conduits and all that stuff, and actually do the complete physical engineering of the ship, which I was working on, when Stage 9 got in touch with me, but I kind of dropped that after the C&D because I didn't want to ruffle any feathers, and then we got deep into the Orville at that point. And the Orville interactive fan experience is still there on Steam if you want to go and try it out. And the guys I was working with are still working on it, so it still does have a few Stage 9 devs involved if you want to go and check it out. Right, so what am I doing? One second. I'll mute it because copyright. This is the just the saucer for the refit model I made. So again, I modeled all of this, and I made this really cool texture as well, which has that kind of metallic sheen to it. That's about how far I got with the physical modeling. But if you want to watch the videos on my channel, so I can find it again. There you go, there's the playlist. I do intend to finish the refit one day. One day. Right, so we've got that working. So what are we missing? Missing the backwards generation. Okay, so see if we can figure this out. Ooh, ow, ooh, ow. I've got a new chair, and it's not quite as spongy as my old one. Definitely painful on the old bum cheeks. Right, okay, so Right. Okay. So. So if the planet distance is within the Roche limit, then I guess that's when we need to make a turnaround. Right, so that is less than our Roche limit, and that should be stored on here already. See you, CSI. Have a nice one. Hey, Miner. It's yeah, it's cozy. Definitely cozy. Actually, yeah, good timing, because we were just talking about the Orville, so feel free to fill in any details. Just trying to get my head around the logic on this a minute. So yeah, so we need to not. So if we generate a planet within the Roche limit, then we need to set this as false. Right, so let's do this another way. Right, so first run is true. Then we will set that to false. And we will do this. Right, so that's our first run. And then if then at the same time we'll set this from here. So if that let's just take the opposite of that a minute. So we'll set towards star on the first run, but only if we're dealing with civ data. So if we're not dealing with a civilization, that will remain false. Okay, so on the next run, we now want to check to see whether we're going towards the star. If not, we use that. Okay, otherwise, we use the opposite of this. So that's going to be times, I guess, 0.5. It's 0.25, no, point. Yeah, so if I do that as 0.5 maybe, I could mess with the specifics at a later date. But we say 0.15 to 0.5 of the current distance, which we've set there. So that has the effect of working backwards. And then we need to check to see whether or not that is that. So if that is within the Roche limit, then what we need to do is we then need to take that value, which we need to store, and then basically do this with it. So we would take that and do that there, and then rather with that we'd have to do that. So if we promote that to a local variable, and we just call that stored distance, and then that one would be stored distance rather than the actual distance. And of course we need to set that as false while we're at it. Okay, so every run we keep working backwards until that is less than the Roche limit, in which case we stop working towards the star, and then we start working outward from the first one that we added. And then from that point on, this is going to be false, which means we're going to go down to here, which means we will be carrying on as normal. I think that should just about do it. I'll just tidy these up a bit. Let's move that out of the way there. Move that out there. Pop that on there. Move that up there. Right, that should achieve what we want to achieve. Let's give it a go. So we should now have an Earth-like world in the habitable zone, and then a suitable selection of planets on either side of it. And we're still deducting mass from the mass pool properly. Or it's completely broken and it's generating nothing. Is that true for all of them? Okay then. Alright, what did I do wrong? Right, first, okay. That has to start as true, obviously. That will make a difference. Better. Okay, so nothing. Oh, right. Okay. So yeah. So it has done it. But of course, the order of the planets is obviously wrong because it's taking the order that they were added to the array and not the actual distances. Right. Okay. That's a listing error. So we need to reorder the array. Always something, isn't there? That's what I wanted. So I think I'm going to have to store this as a temporary array. Oh, the YouTube window just crashed. Are we all still here? Right, rather than doing this here, I feel that I should probably do that like where it's being generated. Otherwise that sounds a bit hacky. So if we do this here, get rid of some of these tabs. So we go blah 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 blah, planet, planet, planet. Right, and we then add that to there. So really we should reorder this array now before we do that. So sort array by member name, and it should be distance ascending. Make sure we do actually have no break. Oh, of course. Yeah, distance. So right, so we sort the array by distance. Yeah, that should do it. I shall have a look. I imagine it's quite chunky. Well, that's interesting. Why is the star down there? That's some weird sorting. Weird. I don't actually know what this stable sort does, but I'll try it. This was made by Tristian, one of our mods. He did a great job with a lot of these little techie C++ bits of code. Just really nice helper functions to get things done more efficiently. Stable sort obviously does a stable sort, although it didn't do a sort. Right, because it should go lava, planet, atmospheric terrestrial, atmospheric terrestrial, then the Earth analog. Which, if we look at the map, we should see. Yeah, so you've got. Wow, you've got this lava planet right up close to the star. How close are we? Oh, that close. Wow. And it has a ring. So that's literally right outside the Roche limit. Yeah, so 1.5 gig of RAM. I know, on disk. Yeah, gig in RAM. Obviously, this is a little bit misleading because a lot of this stuff is referenced in multiple locations and already loaded. Like all these planet textures, for example, those are all actually soft references. So as much as it's showing that they are, contributing to the size of the script, they're not, certainly not in a memory usage. But yeah, it's mostly just textures. The actual script itself is only 8.5 meg. Okay, so why is that not sorting? Definitely have distance as a value. No spaces or anything in there. I wonder if we're storing that differently, because we should be storing it as kilometers in here. So or not. All right, well that would explain it. Okay. I guess we've been using the actual orbital data for all the stuff within the engine. So we've had no reason to use that, but I think for purposes of sorting, we'll just use it for that. Let's see whether that works. Yeah, that's better. Okay, everything is in the correct order. Okay, job done then. So we're now seeing a text signal on the planet that needs to have one shown, and we're seeing that on a long-range scan. So I won't do it for this test build, but in future test builds I will remove the writing, the name and everything of the species that lives there, and I'll remove the data from there, so that finding them is truly, a journey of discovery. So I should just show those ones, yeah.
Initiating long-range survey.
See what this one says.
Long-range survey complete.
Okay, perfect. So in the future, obviously we'll have text signals on other planets within the system. For now, we'll just do the home world, just to make sure that's working properly. but it means that you can now indeed discover them. So the next job on top of this is going to be adding that data to the short range. I wonder what was going on there. Of course, I can see both because we're so close to them. That's a bit bright. Oh yeah, I need to sort the star out with this as well. Yeah, okay, so let's cheat our way over to that in a minute. Oh wow, that is a cold Earth-like. Yeah, this will be why it was trying not to make them Earth-likes in some scenarios, because it was seeing that they're perhaps too cold to be considered an Earth-like within the bounds that I set. So I'll get the temperature data added so that we can at least see what temperatures we're dealing with here. Obviously these all need filling in. But yeah, so what we'll do is we will add the life data and everything here, so that when you do that scan, you see the details of the civilization, you know, and all their particulars, which essentially is all this here. But we'll also do a proper flowery description of the race. You know, fill in all the gaps with a little bit of verbiage to make it read nicely. Oh yeah, I wanted to smooth out these tech levels as well. Let's do a quick save all before something crashes. I added the audio a few builds ago, or quite a few builds ago actually. It's 11 labs, Barry. And in that in particular instance, that's me speaking and 11 labs doing a voice change. Right, so if we make that the last thing for this evening then, because I've just noticed it's getting on a bit. We've been here for 3.5 hours. Almost finished my Lucozade. Oh no, I need this one for that. So right, yeah, so where we've got the weighted random curve for the physiology, we need to do the same for tech level as well. So yeah, so the temperaments, well, the temperament and xenophobia, I think, yeah, I think we'll do maybe a bell curve on those ones. Yeah, definitely, in fact. We'll make those a bell curve. Because we don't want massive extremes one way or the other, unless, you know, it's a rare scenario. So we'll have them middling for the most part. And yeah, then we'll do this for the tech level. So what we'll do there. This one's a bit simpler. literally just do that. I'll use the same curve because it's the same sort of exponential that I'd be using anyway. So basically that makes 20 the most common, 50 the least common. So you'll find that as the tech level goes up, they get more and more sparse. So most of the galaxy will be populated with tech levels similar to humans. Right, and then these two need a bell curve. So if we just go and make a bell curve a minute. Probably just broken the reference on there, but fix that in a sec. Right, so we want to add, if we make that one 0, I'll fix that in a sec. I'll add another one there, and we'll call that 0.5 and 1. Right, and then you need to be auto. You need to be auto. There we go. And you also need to be auto. Right, so there's our bell curve. Again, we can obviously tweak this as needed. So that would that's the equivalent of a value of 50. Obviously, that's 0. No, sorry. So that would be 20. Yeah, sorry, that would be 20. What am I talking about? Yeah, so no. 0, 100, 50 in the middle. You can tell I've been streaming for over 3 hours now. I've lost the ability to make a coherent sentence. So grab that again, copy that there. Duplicate that one. Bell curve. And make sure, yeah, that reference is still there. Stick a reference on this one, which is already there. And then this one goes from 1 to 100. May as well plug that into both of them. Okay, so that's those done, that's that one done. Let's give it a quick test. They've still gone straight up there on the tech level. So they're fairly middling. Oops. So 21, 44, 45. still getting some really wild swings on the values there. Although this is a very small sample pool. So the weighting on the physiology seems to be working. Let's change that weighting slightly. So, not that one. About there, maybe? Yeah. Give it a tighter banding. Yeah, then on this one, should definitely be favoring 20, which is odd. It's going to floor that rather than rounding it. Of course. So something I've just remembered is that obviously this is for multiple factions. I could do with macroing this, to be honest, because I'm using the same bit of code in multiple locations. So that should really be a macro. Because yeah, Independent Worlds is still using the old code. So. That would explain the discrepancy. Right, let's try that again. The max tech level is 100, but we need to fill in the actual sort of societal achievements between 20 and 100. There's a lot of gap and a lot of millions of years to fill in. It's a difficult one because humanity has achieved so much in such a tiny period of time in geological terms. Like in 500 years, we've gone from like nothing to walking on the moon. So, you know, if you then imagine what humanity can achieve in 1,000 years or even 1,000,000 years, but we've got like 10 billion years of time to fill in. So that's just a mind-numbing amount of time. So if we can go from nothing to the moon in 500 years, like what can a civilization do in 10 billion? So it's, you know, it's almost impossible to imagine. So we need to even out civilization growth over that time. Okay, weird. That's definitely an extreme value on both of those. Let's check these ones. So we've got, yeah, it's an extreme value. So tech level's good, tech level's good, tech level's good, tech level's good. Right, so the tech level curves are working nicely. You know, because these are all more advanced than Earth. So Earth is tech level 20, so they are more advanced than humans. That one only just more advanced, but these values here are doing the opposite of what I want them to do. Wow. Yeah, avoid these guys. Jeez. Right, so that bell curve's not working. Or I'm... Oh, hang on a minute. No, not the output log. Never click the output log. This is where we watch the memory usage shoot up. Before, when I've clicked the output log, it's literally filled at 192 gigs of RAM, just waiting for this to render. But fortunately, the engine's not been open long enough for it to do that. Let's just clear that to stop that from happening. Content browser, that's what I wanted. Right, so let's reset these a minute. Right, so we're picking a value between 0 and 1. So I wonder if it would pay us to maybe widen that one a little bit. Let's give that a whirl. Hang on. Have I done that the wrong way round? Oh, I have. No, because I don't want to do that, do I? What do I do with the curve? Curve, come back. Right, so we got a value of 0, a value of 0. So what would be better is if we had, yeah, so a value of 50, and a value of, no, that wouldn't work. I'm having a senior moment. Hang on. So we want it to go to 50, but it can go either side of 50. So 0 is an extreme and 100 is an extreme. So we don't want those values. So if we times these by 10, or 100 rather, so that will give us, yeah, that gives a 50, that gives, yeah. So rather than doing that, if we just multiply it by 100, yeah, because 0.1 becomes 10. Yeah. And this is why it needs to be a macro, so I don't have to go through and change each. Right, let's try that a sec. Yeah, there's going to be some out there. Yeah, so these are still picking some really high values. What is going on with that one? Yeah, something weird going on there. So, what am I missing? Right, so we're doing, right, so we've got our bell curve, which is definitely that one. Random float, so it's 0 to 1. So 0 to 1 on the bell curve. So 0 is there, 1's there. Oh, hang on a minute. Of course, I've got a value of 0. Which we don't want, do we? So yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm doing 0 times 100 is 0, and then 0 times 100 is 0. So that's no good. So what we actually want to do, right, yeah. So what we actually want to do here is, if we do from 1, or some 0 to, right, yeah. So if we make that one 1, 2, then we can map that as a range. Hang on, just getting my head around the math a minute. No, because that wouldn't work. No, no, it would. Yeah, because the map range works in a linear way, and we need it to be non-linear. Yeah, so because if we were to do map range clamped, we know that the output's going to be, well, it's going to be between 0 and 0.5 at the moment. Or, no, that won't work either. So yeah, if we set, oh yeah, it's 1, so the value is 1. Right, that's why it's coming up with highly aggressive numbers, because it's 1, so it's the hundreds up here, which is the most common one. So we need that inverted. So no, it's me being bad at math. Alright, so 0 to 1. Now obviously values around 1 need to be 50. So if I could do that. So basically 0 would be 1, 1 would be 50, but then it would clamp at 50, which is no good. This would give us the deviation we want, but only in one direction, because we obviously need the other way all the way up to 100 on that. So we'd need yeah, because I can do it like this actually. So if so I'd have to store this because it's going to be different if I read it twice. Good night, AJ, have a good one. Yeah, because if I was to store this and then we basically do a quick check to see whether or not the time is above or below 0.5. So if we're below 0.5, then our range is from 1 to 50. If we're above 0.5, then our range is from 50 to 100. So we need to know which side of the bell curve we're on. and then we can just map a range accordingly. So we wouldn't be doing that. We'd be doing this. So from 0 to 0.5 is 1 to 50, and then 0 to 0.5 again is 50 to 100. That's either side of the bell curve. But in order for that to work, we need a select node from a boolean, like so. Yeah, and they would have to go like this. So yeah, so if that is above 0.5, it's true, do that, otherwise do that. And then we round our value for the integer. Where are we doing this to? So if I make this a macro, you might lose access to some of these things because these are local variables, so that's not going to do us any favors as a macro. Can I specify? No, I can't specify that manually. So these would have to be global rather than local macros, variables, which wouldn't work. Right, so for now then, if I just make a local variable for storing that value, literally just call it temp value, then we need to set that, or we don't do that, and I do a local float. So you can't do this normally in a normal blueprint graph. You can only do it in a macro. I don't know why that is, but you can then copy it and put it in a normal event graph, like so. It'd be nice if you could actually just use these generally, but you can steal them from macros. But of course it does mean that we would have to set this up here somewhere. So yeah, we'd have to set that there, and then reference it down here, annoyingly. Yeah, so to save having pins all over the place, it probably is better just to make a local variable. So we'll just set that there, which means that grab a copy of that, pop that there. Right, so set a temp value, use that temp value in there, use the same temp value, I'll just use that one. So if that is higher or equal to 0.5, then we'll do that, otherwise do that. Right, so that solves the issue. It just means we have to keep updating this temp value every time we do that. It's not the cleanest solution, but it does make the bell curve work, so it'll do for now. which means we then need to go through and do that one and replace this one. Of course, we need to then set that up here. Okay. And then, so that's single faction, multiple factions, and independent worlds. Again, it's a bit scrappy, but we can refine all of this and polish it all up once it's all working the way we want it to work. Yeah, that was actually quite a lot of fun doing that. I'll have to include a golf club and some balls in the arboretum area, so you can knock some balls around. Ping them off the glass. Ah, why are you still doing it? Okay, so you're good now. Why are you Angry Birds? Okay, that is working. So these ones are all hovering around 50, which is what we want them to do. Yeah, it's just these guys are genuinely mental, it would seem. Oh, and of course all the values are the same because we are using the same temp value for all of them, which means we do of course need 2 of those. And yeah, that needs completely duplicating. So that's independent worlds, multiple factions, we will get to the bottom of this. Okay, that's that one, and that one. And then we have single faction. So now those values should be different, but still on the bell curve. Oh, good, lots of them to test with. So immediately, I think the range of values is too limited. So because we are rounding that value, so we're doing obviously 0 to 1 on the value, and then we're rounding that to make it an integer, which means we're probably losing all of the granularity in that. So that really needs to be 100. Okay. Which means these need to be 0 to 100, 0 to 100. That should have been 1 and not 0.5 anyway. So 0 to 100 is from 1 to 50, 0 to 100 is 50 to 100. Although, I do wonder whether or not that would map better if we actually made it 50. Because then you're practically going a one-to-one mapping. So a single faction, multiple factions, so 0 to 50, 0 to 50, 50 and 50. Fifty, 50, 50 and 50. This time. That's looking nicer. Still getting some odd extremes, but that's a much smoother gradient. What is it with these highly aggressive xenophobes? course, the other thing I can do is if I set that to 50, let's do this one first. Set that one to 100 and set that one to 50. That is not a happy graph. So they're all the same value-wise. It just means that this needs to be swapped out for a random floating range. 0 to 100. Again, we're just making even more granular. See whether that smooths it out even more. Planet Karen, yeah. Too many of those. Hang on, did I make a mistake with this one? Yeah, hang on a minute. I did. Right, so 0 to 50 is 1 to 50. Right. But 0, so here is actually the other way around, isn't it? Because 0 is 100 and 50 is still 50. So I've got those ones the wrong way around. Yeah, that was the problem, because on the second half of the bell curve, 0 needs to be 100. If we're over there, yeah, so. Zero to 50, 100 to 50, 0 to 50, 100 to 50. Right, that would explain the discrepancy. Hey Don. Yeah, I was planning to end the stream about half an hour ago, except there's a slight weirdness with the random numbers I just wanted to fix. Right. Okay, looking more like it. Looking more like it. That's more like it. Okay. So the bell curve is working as intended. Now again, we will tweak and refine and generally just play test this and see how, you know, how this works over a larger sample size, because obviously we're only, you know, got half a dozen planets here, systems here, so it's hard to get a feel for the, you know, the full distribution of numbers. But yeah, we basically want to just balance it in the middle as much as possible. I guess if we approach it in the sense that 50 is neutral, so, you know, less than 50, and you're getting, you know, less and less, sorry, more and more passive, and 1 would be extreme pacifism, and then 100 would be extreme aggression. So the 50 value is your neutral zone, you know, and the same with xenophobia as well. So 50 is neutral. What the hell are they? Coxerophomag. Wowzers. It's the Uwu planet. Uwu sus. Sus Uwus. And, oh, there's Claire's system. The lack of reaction tells me she's not watching. Yeah, we're going to get some weird names with this, I'm sure. Okay. Right, well, I think all of that was working, wasn't it? So why don't we see whether this packages? Because last time it didn't. So on the last stream, back on Sunday, I tried to do a package and it came up with a whole bunch of errors. And they were like game-breaking errors. That one should be alright. And then, whilst fixing those errors, that's when my kidney stones suddenly appeared from nowhere. So let's see if we can actually package and do a build this time. Well, I got further than last time, so that's something. No, indeed, Don. Not fun at all. I've never had one before. It started about 2 weeks ago. I had a really bad back, just randomly, while sat in bed on my phone. And we just put it down to being just a random back spasm. But over the course of the past 2 weeks, it's just kind of got worse. And then 2 days ago, it just excruciating pain, to the point where I called 111 in the UK, which is kind of like, it's not like calling 911, calling for an ambulance. It's like a midway point. And they said to get myself to hospital, like within the hour. So Claire dropped me off, and they said, "Oh, you've probably got a kidney stone." And yes, that's indeed what it turned out to be. That's true. Yeah, Claire gut punched me. Another full bottle drank. So now I'm obsessively drinking fluids. Huzzah, it packaged. Well, that means you can all have a build. Let's do the dev version. Oh, that was that one. Thank you. Yeah, same here, Don, funnily enough. I mean, I'm 46 now. I was 46 back in October. And yeah, ever since kind of getting to my mid-40s, things have started to go awry. Hypertension, random kidney stone. Getting old sucks. Although fortunately it was just the one stone, and there aren't any more, so I'm going to keep drinking and make sure there are no more. Yeah, someone suggested drinking lemon water as well. So just, normal filtered water with lemon juice in it. Which I like drinking anyway, so that's a winner for me. Thank you, Festus. We appreciate you as well. I'm going to have to repackage that dev version again because it had the wrong tag. No tea? Well, I can't do that. Our fridge has a water filter on it, so that's alright, but definitely not cutting out tea. All these warnings. Back before the upgrade to 5.5, I'd managed to get it down to 0 warnings. 0 errors, 0 warnings. And then after 5.5, it's done all this F-text stuff, which I can't seem to shift. Makes it look bad when it packages. Oh, my fans are actually coming on. That rarely happens. Yeah, burn that Ryzen. That's what I like to see. CPU doing its work. Right then, so that is that. So I'll upload the files off stream because as soon as I hit upload, it will absolutely murder the stream bandwidth. Back to Big Me. Yeah, it's alright, they're warnings, you can ignore them. Well, it's been another almost 4.5 hour stream, so I shall wish you all adieu, and I shall see you on Sunday. So have a nice rest of the week. I shall upload these builds now, and you can check out all the stuff that I've been working on over the past week. Okay, that's it from me. Have a good one, and bye for now.